Hello everyone, very good morning to you all. Well, firstly, thank you for joining us today. My name is Saili Dore and I'll be the host for today's webinar. So before starting, just let me know if you can hear me properly and my screen is visible to you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's my pleasure to welcome you all for our webinar that is Revolutionizing Efficiency with Microsoft Copilot and Power Automate. Today's goal is to provide you with actionable knowledge and also we encourage you to participate by asking questions and engage with us throughout the session. Well, now I'd like to introduce you the sponsor of this event that is Synergetics. So Synergetics is a learning and cloud-based company who helps organizations, professionals to enhance their technical capabilities and adapt to evolving digital landscape. So these are some master solutions offered by Synergetics, that is persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. Well, today's webinar is also organized by ETC community, that is Emerging Technology Community, and sponsored by Synergetics on behalf of Microsoft. Emerging Technology Community is open to all who are eager and interested to learn and explore emerging technologies. What you have to do is you just need to follow our groups on Meetup. For that, you can just copy paste this link or you can scan this QR code showing on my screen. Well, there's small code of conduct. Everyone needs to follow this so we can maintain respectful environment in the session. So take a note that you cannot take the screenshots of the presentations and can't do screen recording. We will provide you recording via email by Monday. So today's speaker for this session is Mr. Om Prakash Pandey. He is an AVP delivery and working with Synergetics. This is the agenda of today's webinar. Well, don't forget to follow us on our social media just to keep yourself up to date about upcoming webinars and workshop and meetups. Well, thank you for your attention and thank you for stay connected. Don't stay connected till the end as I have a few announcements to make. I'll be doing it in break or either at the end of the session. And just if you are facing with any technical issues, please drop it in the chat box. I'm happy to help you. Well, now I'd like to hand over this to the Mr. Om Prakash Pandey.
Thanks, Saili. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining on time. Thanks for all your patience and support. My name is Om Prakash Pandey, and like Saili mentioned, I've been working with a lot of corporate organizations when it comes to workflows and implementation of those workflows by using our platform, SharePoint, and there are a lot of other resources that Microsoft has released time and again for managing RPA-based implementations, automation of resources, rather than having different set of options for workflow creation. Microsoft has merged all of them into Power Automate, which now becomes a de facto mechanism for implementing any of these things from a productivity point of view and day in, day out usage small, mid-size, and even large set of workflows that might be expected. Along with this also has integration with Microsoft Azure as an environment. And if there is any kind of enterprise integration requirements, people can latch on to Logic Apps. Our today's session is focusing on Power Automate and how we can leverage on Copilot resources within Power Automate. My request to all of you all, please keep yourself on mute. Any questions or queries you all might have, you can put it on the chat. Let's get started. Now, before we begin with today's session, can I see raise of hands? People who have worked with Power Automate earlier, people who have worked with Power Platform. No one? Okay, not a problem. Okay, thanks for the update, Girish. Anybody else who has worked on Power Platform? Okay, so Harishan and Girish, they have worked on Power Platform. That's good to know. Thank you guys. Put your hands down. Since maximum audience is new to Power Platform, I'll take a moment to introduce you all to what is this platform all about, what are the resources over here, and then we'll go deeper into Power Automate and what are the options available here. So guys, once it comes to Power Automate, this is one of the tools that we have within the Power Platform. If I am not mistaken, this has taken around a decade for building this entire environment, assimilating all the components over here. There has been various ups and downs. There has been various change of names for each of the products. There has been challenges and issues that Microsoft has faced. And I'm proud to say that I have been part of this entire journey, starting on with day one. And I have taken my learnings from this as well. Quite a few of you all may not be aware that Power Apps initially had a desktop environment also, where we could download this tool locally, create an application, Power App application, and then publish it. This was one of the initial phases where Power Apps was in development. Some of you all may be aware about Power Automate was initially called as Microsoft Flow. And even today, some of the internal components or internal resources that you see is being referred as Microsoft Flow. Some of you all may be aware about Satya Nadela's recent speech, where he said very clearly that our
Yeah,
virtual
sorry.
agents will now be.
Sorry. Hello. Some audio break is coming from your end, Om Prakash.
Is it same for others? Is my voice clear?
Now it seems to be okay. Earlier it was breaking.
I'm not sure because I'm on a stable network here. Okay, I'll repeat some of the points. So what I was mentioning about is when it comes to Power Platform, various components over here has been available from last 10 odd years, but they had been different names for these resources, right? And they have gone through their own development cycle. I was mentioning about Microsoft Flow, which now has got renamed to Power Automate. As far as Power Apps is concerned, this is for the UI development, where we can create UI for web and mobile applications. Satya Nadella recently mentioned that Power Virtual Agents will now be named as Microsoft Copilot Studio, and earlier standard members which are available there will now be able to connect to various pre-existing models on OpenAI, and there will be an excellent Gen AI support while any developer, low code, no code developer is going ahead with Copilot Studio. Along with that, for data centric business websites, we have Power Pages. I don't have to mention about Power BI. The reason being, while Microsoft was trying to stabilize Power Apps, Microsoft Flow, Copilot Studio, Power BI had its own successful run, obviously with infusion of lot of feedback given by the customers, enhancing the data visualization options, customizations for data visualization, and creating excellent kind of reports using Power BI. In the backend, there are plenty of services which Microsoft provides using data connectors, which can help us associate with different kind of data sources. The new aspect which is being added over here, which is AI Builder, Power FX, which is complete library of simple formulas which can help us to manipulate, maneuver the data within our environment. And we have managed environment for associating the entire components using the DevOps platform. So we can have dev test environment, staging environment, pre-prod environment, production environment. Even though this entire platform is targeted towards low code, no code solutions, we also have extension points wherever possible. People can go and associate their members, associate with the entities over there. As I keep discussing about these members, I would also want parallelly to showcase the resources over here, showcase the members that we have. Just give me a moment. So here, there is a pre-existing portal that we have, portal.office.com. You can leverage on respective credentials over here. If you don't have your Office 365 environment, you can create free licenses for Power Platform, associate that with your organization account. Earlier, Microsoft had a developer program available. I'm not sure if it is active right now as well. So that was one of the options to create these services and try and verify this environment. So if you look at the applications over here, one complete set of applications that we have is for Power Platform. So if you look at the resources over here, you'll be able to see Microsoft Power Platform, components, just give me a moment. So all the resources that we are talking about, whether it is Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, for each of these members, you have respective sites, respective service portals where we can create these resources, where we can create these members. We have make.powerapps.com. We have make.powerautomate.com. For each and every member, you have a respective site. Along with this, you have independent members or Power Platform administration. So whenever we have any of these resources, we can associate by using Authenticator app. And using this Authenticator app, we'll be able to log in into this environment, access all the applications that we have. Give me a moment. Let me authenticate myself. Right. So once we have logged in successfully, we'll be able to see the components over here, set of resources which is available. And the complete development environment is available at the same place. So earlier what used to happen is we would used to have a separate resource, separate environment or on-premises as well as from the online environment. Here, all these tools that we are talking about, the low-code, no-code solution, everything is mapped directly on the browser. Even if you look at microsoft.copilotstudio.com,
Om Prakash, sir.
yes, Sally.
Yeah, so actually participants are facing technical issues for a long time. Your screen is not visible to them
Okay.
and your phone is too breaking. Can you check your
Are you able to
connectivity?
see my screen?
Oh, we can see your
Are you able
screen
to
and
see my
your
screen?
yes, I can see your screen and it is visible. Let's see. One thing they have to do is they have to rejoin this
Yeah.
session. That is the only thing they can do it. I can see the screen. I can hear the voice very clearly.
Thank you. Thanks for the
Yes,
confirmation.
yes. They did. You can pause for a minute. Let them try to rejoin once again,
Sure, sure.
and
No
they
problem.
can do it.
So guys, anyone who's facing a challenge, please try rejoining. Guys, we'll give 2-3 more minutes for them to rejoin. Okay, let's start. I hope everybody has joined in by now and they're able to see my screen. They're able to hear me clearly. Okay. So I was mentioning about Power Platform, various components within Power Platform. Each component that you'll see has a different perspective, different purpose. If you look at Power Apps, this is primarily focusing on the UI. So whenever we talk about multi-tier kind of applications, when it comes to the presentation components, when it comes to presentation components, here we have our Power Apps coming into picture. And if you compare this with multi-tier applications. So here you have various types of applications, which is canvas apps. Here we have model-driven apps, right? Along with this, what we also have is something called as Power Pages. We can leverage on Power Apps for implementation of the presentation tier. As far as the business tier is concerned, or the mechanism for writing business logic comes into picture, this is where we can leverage on Power Automate. So once you have the inputs being received from the users, and we want to facilitate execution of components behind the scene, right? By adding a business logic, this is where you have your Power Automate coming into picture. As part of Power Automate, here we have our cloud flows. Here we have our desktop flows. If we are looking at any kind of approval based mechanisms, here we have our approval flows as well to make sure we enhance these resources, make a best out of these components. We have your backend resources, which is part of our AI builder. So whenever we look at multi-tier application, it will also require data integration, pulling data from multiple sources, working with those members over here, right? So here what we'll require would be Dataverse, right? And using this Dataverse as a member, like I mentioned earlier, we have different set of connectors available. So whether you're talking about SaaS applications, whether we are talking about cloud-based data stores, your SQL as a service, whether we are talking about your third-party application, RESTful services, we can retrieve all this information by using relevant Dataverse connectors. Not just that, even if you have to directly, now one would say, oh Prakash, if I directly want to retrieve this information through Power Automate, can I do that? The answer is yes. Dataverse will help you do the mapping so that it becomes easily consumable with your resources mapped to the model-driven apps within your system, right? So there are options of direct connectivity. There are options through Dataverse connectors as well. If you look at the members over here from the background perspective, there are complete administration members available using Power Platform Admin Center, which takes care of the entire environment. So anything which you need to facilitate or set as a standard or the base members over here, we can do that by going to Power Platform Admin Center. Now, since my environment is ready, right? So there are three resources which I'm showing over here, key resources: Power Automate, Power Apps, and Copilot Studio. Copilot Studio, the older name, it was being referred as Power Virtual Agents. So Microsoft has modified that, right? So here you can see these are set of members available as part of the Microsoft 365 environment. So you have Microsoft 365 Copilot, which was again the older name. The new name that we have is Copilot for Microsoft 365, Copilot for security, Copilot for Power Apps, Copilot for Power Automate. So the naming convention Microsoft has changed with every resource. It is Copilot for that particular environment. Our focus for today's session is working with our automation. And if you see the resources over here, there are a lot of gate follow. Plastic. Guys, just give me 1 minute. Sorry, guys. Let's continue. So our today's focus area would be Power Automate and what are the options available over here from perspective of Copilot. Let's proceed ahead. So whenever it comes to building a workflow, what is the purpose of the workflow? The purpose of workflow could be a very, very simple sending an email, checking for certain conditions, adding certain values over, right? That could be a very, very small memo. Level 1. Level 2 would be automating a process where we want to perform an approval system. A person has applied for a leave, a person has submitted a proposal or a bid, right? That bid has to be approved, right? That could be a mid-level. Advanced level over here would be automating the complete HR process, automating the complete recruitment process, having multiple steps, multiple stages, involving different set of people from different departments, bringing associations from multiple data sources, checking for security of those members, right? Changing some of the data formats which is required. So there could be different levels of implementation that one can do over here. The enterprise level implementation is also referred as RPA, which is called as robotics process automation. This is more towards taking up complex processes and automating them. Now, whenever it comes to complete RPA-based solution, we will need help of the UI, like I showed earlier, Power Apps, Power Pages, Power Virtual Agents. So even this Copilot Studio that we are talking about, which can help us create agents, right? Interfacing with Microsoft Dataverse, that is retrieval of data, mapping it to relevant entities over here, and then associating with the Power Automate environment in the backend. Now, once you have good amount of data being captured, data being stored, we can go ahead and generate reports for them by using Power BI. I gave some of the examples in of automation. Let's go into more details over here. Now, one would say, why Power Automate? We already have code-based approaches. I can write .NET code, I can write Java code, right? I have multiple options over here to write code, and through these code-based solutions, I can create my processes and work with them. I'm not saying that's not possible. Definitely, that is possible. And programming languages have been existing for a very, very long time. The major challenge which I see over here, and which still remains a concern for various organizations, is there are two set of peoples who are working. So one team is business users, business analysts, and second team is developers. Developers don't understand business thoroughly, and business analysts don't understand the coding correctly, right? So there has to be some intermediary understanding between both these teams, how they can help them with the business knowledge and how developers can understand and create simple resources, which is understood by the business team. And that's where comes workflows. That's where comes Power Automate. So this is very simple way of automation using a low code, no code solution, easily testable, easily creatable, simple doing, drag and drop, and we can see the flow over here. So how these things are working. If you see the diagram over here, it can integrate with emails, messaging, third-party services like image or weather forecast, reading content from images, reading information from other members, and all these cloud-based services also can be integrated within a single environment. That is the power of automation within Power Automate environment. Just give me a moment. So here, if I go to my environment, this is make.powerautomate.com. This environment initially was very, very shabby. Lot of, and the way I can say shabby because I'm seeing the newer avatar of it, and I have also seen the earlier one. But I would definitely want to appreciate Microsoft the way they have consistently been taking feedback from various end users like y'all, various organizations, and they have been working on continuously enhancing this platform. One parallel resource that y'all should be aware about, that is admin.powerplatform.com. Now, some of these administrative aspects would be done by another team within your organization. So within this Power Platform Admin Center, the foundational aspects in terms of creating respective environments. Your foundational aspect over here, before we start with any component in Power Automate, would be the environment, right? So what kind of environments one would want to create? This is our default environment. So if you want to create a new environment over here, say dev environment. If you want to make a specific group over here, what is the region that you want to map? What is the type of environment that you are creating? Do you want to have a Azure association here? Now you'll realize this by now, Microsoft is integrating all its PaaS-based services, SaaS-based services with Azure environment, especially SaaS-based services. Because whenever you look at any extension points, say, for example, I'm falling short in terms of resources, in my SaaS application, right? So easy extension point for me would be Azure. And since Azure is a pay-as-you-go model, Microsoft will charge you only for those additional resources that you have consumed. Whereas if you look at the SaaS environment, software as a service, which is Power Platform as one of the examples, here you have a license-based model, which is a per user license or per workflow license that you have. So we can associate both these members together. So what is the currency value that you want? And I would also want to deploy sample applications and data over here. So we can go ahead and create multiple environments, which will be like a package, right, for your resources. So once you have your environment ready, and like I mentioned earlier, you could have environments like dev test environment, staging environment, pre-prod environment, right? And once you have your resources ready, migrate or move those resources to the next platform based on the approvals from your other team members. So once we have our environment ready, we can go to the environment section over here. We should be able to see our existing environment that we have created. Right? You can see OMP dev environment. So there are a lot of architectural best practices or the way how these resources are being created. We'll have to be careful on that. So this is our first step in terms of creating the environment, moving into that environment. Second step over here would be creating a solution. So any members that you are going to create, any workflows that you are going to create or Power App you are going to create, all those things should be part of a given solution. I'm not sure how many of you all realized that while I was creating my environment, OMP dev environment, I have already asked it to give me some of the sample solutions, right? So you have AI sample data, Power Apps checker, right? So we already have some of the pre-existing solutions. Along with this, you'll be able to see there are internal names which is there, right? Which are slightly complicated, and you have easier names for us to understand and correlate. Now one would say, Om Prakash, what if I forget to create a solution? Then what happens? Don't worry. Everything which you have not tapped as a solution will go into a default solution. So at any given point in time where you would have said, okay, now I have done trying, I have got something which is concrete, we'll move it from default solution to your custom solution. Let me go ahead, open workshop, solution, whatever name we would want to give. If you want to create a new publisher, say open workshop publisher, we can create our publisher. If you want some, if there is some internal naming convention, like how developers follow, we can have a different display name and the internal name, whatever prefix value that you would want. So we have our publisher. So you'll see a package type over here. So whether you are going for a managed kind of environment or unmanaged in the sense, I'm still working on that. So if you see the hierarchy, you have Power Platform. Within that, you have an environment. Within that environment, you have a solution. Within that solution, we can add resources over here. You want to add an agent. You want to add a Canvas app, model-driven app. You want to add automation over here. You want to add respective cloud flows, business process flows, workflows. And like I mentioned earlier, you have three types of cloud flows: automated, instant, and schedule. Along with this, you also have data flows, desktop flows. So there are different set of options available within a solution. So kind of resource you would want to create. Again, I'm not trying to scare you all, but these are some of the extension options which are available here. There are plenty of components, plenty of resources within Power Platform that we can leverage upon and that we can work with. Again, to start with Power Automate, do I need to know all of it? No. You can start simple in the default environment, default solution, create basic aspects over here. As in when you keep getting matured, you keep understanding these resources, then we can go to a structured approach over here. Let me show an example for cloud flow. So you see, it says what is the trigger that you want when a file is being created, when a new email arrives in Gmail, your DevOps integration, Dataverse integration. There are plenty of triggers that we have, and every workflow, as we know, will always work based on triggers. It will get initiated using a trigger, and then we'll have number of actions or steps being performed inside it. That's how it works, right? That's the way how your workflows are being created and mapped within an environment. So once it comes to Power Automate, we have cloud flows, we have desktop flows. Now one would say, when do I go for cloud flows? Or what is differentiating aspect here in terms of cloud flows? So cloud flows, as the name suggests, they run in cloud, which means there is a pre-existing environment being given by Microsoft, right? So once you purchase a license, here you also get a runtime environment for it. Just give me a moment. Can I see raise of hand? Anyone who has worked with Bistock server, K2 workflows, Metastorm workflows? Okay, I can see one hand being raised. So y'all would know that whenever it comes to workflow execution, it's not a simple environment. It needs to have a database in background. It needs to have mechanism of storing all those content, storing all the runtime information about the user, right? All these things is managed by Microsoft in the backend. You don't have to worry about it, right? If you look at connectors, there are a lot of pre-existing connectors over here with different data sources. Cloud flows can also initiate desktop flows. But if you have any uh, local resources, which means some things which is on the machine and uh, it is not publicly accessible. So those things, sorry, it will not work with cloud flows. But if you look at new era applications where you have an idea in mind and there are 20 SaaS applications that you want to connect with and work with them, super. Cloud flow is a best solution for it. I have multiple REST API data sources, online running web services, right? I have respective endpoints for that. I can authorize with each of those endpoints and work with them. That's the purpose of cloud flows. On the contrary, if you look at desktop flows is something which will run on the local machine. And if you see the connectivity here, cloud flows can invoke desktop flows by passing right set of parameters. Say, Om Prakash, why would I go for desktop flows? Yeah, you have SAP applications, ERP applications, your uh, on-premises legacy applications, which don't have a web interface, which don't have a web connectivity kind of thing, right? But they own the core of the organization. Some of the strong foundational aspect of an organization, which cannot be migrated, right? There is some issue over there. It could be in terms of security, could be in terms of complexity, any of those things, right? All that will be part of your local environment. So for harnessing those kind of resources, we can leverage on desktop flows. So here what we can do is we can record those user actions. So when our input is being received, how do you automate the process by invoking the application in the background, capturing the UI steps, and perform those steps at every entry. New person being joined, I have to enroll that in an SAP environment. I can pass that data from my cloud environment to my desktop flow. So if you look at the cloud flows over here, so we have automated flows, instant flows, scheduled flows. Automated flow, as we saw right now, is based on triggers, right? SharePoint item being added, file being uploaded on OneDrive. That's a example of automated flow. Scheduled flow are similar to automated flow, but here the trigger is time. So when it is being scheduled for it, so once in a day, once in a week, once in a month, once in alternate week, so you can have appropriate cron expressions over here. Based on that cron expression, it will execute the flow. The third member that you have is instant flows. As the name suggests, instant means immediate execution. This was also called as button flows. Button flows in sense you click on a button or perform a UI action to invoke this flow. One would say, oh Prakash, yes, so many flows that you're talking about. How do I get started? How do I learn these things? Because this is looking slightly complicated in nature. It's not the way. Let me show you some of the easier ways to get started with it. The easier way to get started is using templates. There are a lot of pre-existing templates that you have, which are the recent used templates. Templates for remote work, templates for approval-based workflows, instant flows or button flows, working with emails, calendar, mobile. There are plenty of other categories as well. When I started my journey with Microsoft Flows, there were hardly 10 to 15 templates available. Today we have 1,000 plus templates. And as an organization, if you have any templates, if you have any flows which is required on day-to-day basis, you can create a custom template as well. You can you can create your own template, publish it over here, and make it available within your environment. Right? Let me take an example here. Save Outlook email attachments to your OneDrive. So it says, now please be careful. Since these templates are available, does not mean it will also give you Outlook, OneDrive, or third-party resource licenses. That licensing, having ownership of that environment is something that you'll have to do. do separately. I'm taking examples in such a way that I don't need a separate license for it. It's part of the given environment. Right? So I can go ahead, associate with my resources here. So I've connected to outlook.com, hotmail.com, in either cases for email and OneDrive access. Your flow is ready to go. If you see the members available here, we are using a template with good amount of description. You have options for analytics, right? Let's go and see what is being created behind the scene. So new email being received. Can you see this? Only with attachments. So this flow will get triggered only if it has attachments. Do you want to include the attachment? Yes. This is a for loop that we have. Apply to each attachment on the email, get that collection. So we are iterating over that collection. Create a file, email attachments from Power Automate, or if you want to give any other folder name, we can do that. You want to specify any other folder path within your OneDrive, we can do that. What is the file name? What is the file content? Right? That can be mapped over here. Right? You can see the information under dynamic content. If you want to extract certain values and work with that, we can leverage on expressions. We can test it over here, do a flow checker. If there's any errors, warning, many of us who are coming from developer background would want to do a code compilation, right? That code compilation is done using flow checker. Does it have a code behind the scene? Yes. But do we have to go and code it ourselves or change those things ourselves? No. Even if you want to see that code, you'll not be able to do that. Here, you'll be able to see a JSON content, JSON kind of format where these things have been mentioned. Right? So this is how we can leverage on the pre-existing template for creating our flows. So one would say, Om Prakash, isn't this session about Copilot as well? Then why are you using a template and creating it? Guys, I was just showing how it can be done. As far as these flows are concerned, these flows can be created by using Copilot, right? So if you know what is the kind of task that you want to do in day out basis, or what is you're not sure about what you want to create, right? But you have some basic idea. Say copy files between OneDrive folders. Right? So what are we doing right now? So we are writing a prompt over here, and through that prompt, which is a primary crude English language, what it will do is it will show you which are the mapping templates over here. It's again template only behind the scene. But as a layman, I don't have to start choosing a template, scanning through all the template 100 or 200 template options. Instead, using a simple crude English language, I can say, this is what I want to do. Can you help me with a mapping template? That's where generative AI, that's where Copilot will come into picture. So say, Om Prakash, don't worry, copy all files in OneDrive folder to another folder. So if I've worked with various Copilot option, so it has given me a instant flow, list files in the folder, for each loop, copy the file using the path. Is this what you're looking for? If not, go back to the prompt once again, change that. So can you tell me where are you referring to OneDrive for Business? Yes, you have to log in through that member over here. This is a new UI. And while you are working with this, so there are two Copilot interventions over here. So one Copilot intervention is when you are deciding what you want to create. And second is while you are editing or working with that flow, you want to add something or you want to change something, you can ask here itself. Says a mistake over here, some problem here. Let me solve that problem. So I want to pick things from the source folder, copy files using the path. So what is the destination file path that you would want? So if you see, I have another member over here, which is destination. Again, this is something which is not given by Microsoft directly. This is something which you will have to create within your OneDrive account. So what is the source folder? What is the destination folder? You can create these members over here. Thank you very much, Mr. Copilot. Send an email for success. So what am I doing right now? I have successfully copied it, right? I have successfully copied all the files from the source folder to destination folder. But I also want to send an email over here. Can you help me do that? I'm saying, Om Prakash, I don't have a problem, but you just have to tell me how do you want to connect to it. So here we can add a connection. Okay, here we can add a connection. So which connectivity you would want to use? Whom do you want to send this email? Can you please tell me that? Files copy success. What is the body content that you would want? Right. So whichever value you want to mention over here. So you want to send email for each file, or you want to send a final message after end of all the steps. Right. So we can specify our parameters over here. Just give me a moment. So list files in a folder, copy the file, send email like I showed you all earlier. We can do it that way. Whom do you want to send this email? What is the content that you want, subject line that you want? And what information you want in the body content. Right. So once it comes to your Copilot, it can help you generate the content while selecting the template. It can help you add values, add any new members over here. Once you're done with this. And this is not just for simple flows. Even if you have any kind of complex flows to be created, like approval flows, even that can be mentioned in the Copilot over here. So here if you see, every month copy all the files from OneDrive folder to another OneDrive folder. It could be a batch process. Copy all the rows from Excel file to another Excel file. Please be careful. When it says let me take a look at questions over here. Nilesh has a very good question. Is it possible to add a Mac? Nilesh, I'll come to this question. I don't exactly know the answer for it, but something like this will be possible using the desktop applications, desktop flows. I'll come to that part and we will verify it over there. Instead of manual trigger, can you have bots in the flow? Yes, Arun, we can do that. So if you look at uh, cloud flows, yeah, within cloud flows, you can initiate these flows by using Power Apps, by using agents, by using any other. Okay, I'll come to this part. I'll also show you how one can use a HTTP trigger. Maybe that can answer this question but much better. So we can have something called as HTTP based triggers, where we can have another application connecting to that resource. Swapnil, can you be more precise on this? Automating some task on Azure Cloud. What do you mean? Is it between storage account to storage account or between a database? If you can be more specific, I can guide you on that. But the answer is yes. So if you have to perform, Swapnil, you can do that, but I would not recommend it. That would be a bad choice of the design because within Azure itself, you have option of automation. That would be a better choice. If it is not working with that, you can go for logic apps. Yeah. So there are options within Azure itself. I would not recommend to go for Power Automate, not because it is a challenge here, but that would not be a good design. Guys, let's take a break over here. Everyone, grab a cup of tea or coffee. Let's assemble back in 15 minutes, 1 5, and then we will go ahead with next set of examples using Copilot. And like I mentioned, I'll show you HTTP trigger. How do you work with those members? Get, put, post, delete, those kind of verbs. Everyone, let's assemble back in 15 minutes. I'll put our
Before
timer here.
before we uh, wrap this session, Om, what I'm asking is,
I'm not wrapping
can
the session. This is taking a break.
I understand. Before
Yeah.
we taking the break, because you were telling we can use some triggers, but my question is, like, can we use attended or unattended automation inside this? Once I get the
Attended,
Copilot
unattended is only part of the desktop app.
desktop app, okay,
Desktop apps. Yes, we can do that, but
okay,
that's part of desktop apps. We'll come to
okay,
that.
okay, got it, Om. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Let's proceed ahead. So before the break, we were discussing about need for workflows, the Power Platform environment, what are the components over here, right? So there are three types of workflows: automated workflows, instant flows, and your scheduled flows, right? So we looked at examples of automated flow, right? The trigger options, receiving an email or a file being uploaded on OneDrive. When it comes to triggers, here create a workflow using HTTP trigger. Make HTTP request if a work item is created in Visual Studio. When a new work item is created in Azure DevOps, send HTTP request. Use HTTP trigger. Create an item in SharePoint list. I don't want to work with SharePoint right now, but this is closer to the kind of requirement which I have. See, it's not always essential that you will get a exact template based on your need. So at times what we can do is we can use a template which at least is 20-30% what we want to create. Who can trigger this flow? Now this please be careful with this. Any user in this tenant, or it could be anyone. So if you want to make it a generic kind of resource, select anyone. What is the method that you would want? So here if you see there are multiple methods available: get, put, post, delete. I want to use a get method. I don't want to add an item into SharePoint. Instead, I want to generate a HTTP response. I want to generate a HTTP response. Welcome to application. Whatever message one would want to display. We can manually test the flow. Once you have saved the flow, we'll be able to see the URL here. Right. So whatever HTTP response that we would have mentioned, we can see the details of that. Now, I would say, Om Prakash, this looks pretty simple. Can we create anything complex over here? So once it comes to your flows, we can leverage on various type of variables. Can you see this? We can initialize a variable, do a processing with array variables, JSON objects, right? So if you're using a post method wherever and we are receiving the value from that, we can apply these variables over here. Along with this, you have various data operations, reading from a JSON content, performing join operations, compose operation, working with key tables, HTML tables, right? So there are a lot of options which are available under data operations. Since I'm running short on time today, and my major focus is in terms of desktop flows. So I was just showing an example of automated flows where you can have a trigger point as HTTP. As part of desktop flows, here how this works is we need to create this resource, create this member in our local environment, right? And for that, you need to have a setup being done on your machine. Download an application which is called as Power Automate Desktop, also referred as PAD. So from this desktop application, here you can create different type of flows. Just give me a moment. I think I changed the display setting here. It's creating a problem. So if you see this is the pad environment which I was talking about. Power Automate Desktop. So what one needs to do is we need to install this software on the local machine and connect it to our resource. Now, please be careful. This is another environment. This is not the same environment which I was using earlier. That's why you may not be able to see the same environment name, OMP dev environment. Right? So here what we can do is we can go ahead, create our flows over here. Or if you already have a pre-existing flow, we can open it over here. And if you see the options available, the Copilot options are also available for your desktop flows. If you see the overall implementation from a template point of view, we also have available templates over here. Excel automation, web automation, desktop automation, handling the date time, handling files over here, handling your text manipulation, any kind of scripting that you want to execute on your local environment, we can do that as well. Let's go for web automation. So, and this is the automation which is running. Please provide the website address. make.powerautomate.com. So depending upon the URL being mentioned, it will open that site over here. Let's go to the edit mode. So whatever screenshots that we're looking at, all these screenshots are actually part of the development environment. So how you have a development environment using the new UI, older UI, where we can drag and drop components. Here you have a complete development environment for Power Automate Desktop. Right. I'm not sure if there was a question about IP address. Wow. Every time I come to this, there are more and more members being added. Network is concerned or IP address, getting Azure subscriptions, system processes. Sorry, I don't think IP address is over here. Working with workstation resources, printing document, shut down a system, running an application, terminating a process, pinging to a machine. Sorry, I don't think changing the MAC address or MAC IP address is available here as of now. But if you already have a script which will help you to change the IP address, that thing we can add over here. So there are options of executing a script. So whether if it is a PowerShell script or a command line script, we can execute that script over here. So that is possible. So what I mean to say is there is no direct way, but there is a workaround for it. So if you see a member over here, same options. So if you want to create a resource, create a new member over here, new flow, we can do that. Along with that, if you want to add a step within your existing flow, existing desktop flow, even that can be done. Right? So if you look at your desktop flows, we need to specify what are the steps that you want to perform. How do you consume information from the cloud flows or consume information from wherever it is being initiated from, or you want to directly initiate the application, run the application, which could be your exe file or which is your current application that you have locally available. And right, so we can leverage on Dataverse as a resource where you have all the members being mapped, which is whether it is in terms of security, logic, right, data management, reporting. Because whenever we create any entities or tables inside Dataverse, all these members can be mapped at the same place. Even if you are fetching data from external resources, we can map it to our internal applications. So once it comes to our Power Automate environment, I showed you all some of the examples over here for cloud environment, cloud flows, and also for your desktop environment. Go to the next important member when it comes to AI powered automation. What is this AI powered automation? So one aspect is using copilots, that is again focusing on generative AI, generating these resources and using the natural language descriptions based on the crude English language that we have mentioned, based on that mapping to the resource and helping us create the appropriate cloud flow and resource within that. As part of our on-premises environment, our desktop automation here, we can make use of recording the current process, recording the current environment that you have, whether it is desktop-based actions, browser-based actions, which values you want to extract from that environment, doing web scraping kind of implementation, right? So those things can be done. If you see the flow, this is how it will happen. So once you have a desktop flow being created, it can invoke a invoicing application or whichever resource you want to work with, initiate a desktop recorder, and we can record all the steps being performed on that underlying environment. We can save those steps and play back these members. Playback in sense, repeat the same steps again and again, right? But if you repeat the same steps, there will be duplicate data. So if you want to take fresh information, we can initiate this desktop flow from a cloud flow. So you may have a Power App which is accepting these inputs. It invokes the cloud flow. Cloud flow passes those details to the desktop flow, and that information is inserted into our database, right? And any kind of logic which is to be performed, it can be done here. And again, the response can be given back to your cloud flow, right? So it's a two-way kind of communication. It's not a one-way communication. Actually, there is not two way of creating a desktop flow. There's only one way. As part of our browser, when you go to make.powerautomate.com, here you can just mention the name of the desktop flow. But once you try modifying or editing that flow, it will automatically launch your Power Automate desktop within your local machine. There you can go ahead and add the components inside your desktop flow. So once you have multiple flows being created, you can go to the My Flow section. You can see all the options available, all the flows that we would have created by now. We can see the members over there. This is what I was showing you, the actions section. Along with this, we can have multiple variables being added. So there would be input variables, output variables, intermediary variables, which is flow variables. So how do you want to capture that data and publish that resource? At any given point in time, if the flow is extending into multiple sections and too much of scrolling has to be done, we can break it up into subflows, right? Which will also help you in terms of reusing some of the existing members. So rather than repeating the same set of steps again and again, we can create a subflow for it. Okay, so whenever we record any of these resources, just make sure we have all the other applications being closed, because whenever you're doing alt tab or whenever you are capturing a section of the screen, it should be smooth. Now there's one more question which I received, that is usage of AI builder. Now, what is this AI builder all about? Let's first understand this. I am not sure if that license is still active in my local environment, which is my TX FDG environment. Instead, what I'll do is I'll show it in the lab environment here. So guys, as far as this AI builder is concerned, this is a tool given by Microsoft, or it's a service given by Microsoft, which works in the backend. If you go to your application, go to your environment here, here you'll see something called as AI models. Earlier, the name itself was AI builder. Microsoft has changed that. So now the name is AI models. So if you go to this AI model, it will give you various options from perspective of whether you want to use a pre-existing model or you want to create a custom model. You want to train that model by using your own images, your own information. We can do that as well. So if you see the categories over here, text recognition, category recognition, and this prediction based model, this is based on custom model. You have category classification here. So these are some of the pre-built models that we have, which we can leverage using the AI builder. Now, before we start doing that, we'll have to initiate the free trial over here on the current environment. Text recognition, object recognition. If you see this, there's already a pre-built model available here. If you are creating your own custom model, you need to upload some of the images over here, capture relevant information, capture the screenshots. And once we have captured those screenshots, then we can use it inside our Power Automate environment. So if you already have pre-built objects over here, pre-built images available, you can add those objects, specify the object details. But for please be careful, for training this model, you require a minimum of 5 images through which we can train the resource over here. Have any images right now? Not to worry. I'll show you the implementation over here on pre-built environment. Instant cloud flow, manually trigger a flow. Extract text from an image. Okay. Recognize text in an image or a PDF document. So once this is being done, I should be able to recognize text in the image. Connection is fine. I don't want to change the connection because on this connection, I have my license. Once you have recognized the text, just send an email. Whom do you want to send this email? We can mention that. What information or what message you want. So I want the outputs from the image to be sent as an email. Just one problem. How do I upload this? So here, if you see within the manual trigger, you have option for selecting the file. So from which file you want to get the content. So I want to get this content from the trigger, manual trigger of flow, right? So get the file from here, recognize the text in the image and send that as an email, right? So this is what I want to do. So if you go for your own model using the AI builder, like I said, you should have your images, train those images, right? And after training that image, then you can use that particular model over here. That would be the right way of using the AI builder. Just give me a moment. What's wrong with this? This is correct. So manual trigger a flow. This is fine. Recognize the text in the image. Full text of the document. So whatever information was being retrieved out of it, capture that complete text and send the email. Yeah, this is fine. Guys, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Don't have an image right now. Let me get an image with text. So download some of these images. to take one or two images. Since I'm working in the lab environment, I don't have any image over here. Okay, let me use this image. Let me go back to my workflow. So here I can specify my image. Okay, to recognize the text. You can see the information over here, header information, body content. So whatever information is available on that member, it will read that details and send this as an email. So you can see the email content over here. Right. So this is regarding the image. Same way, you have invoice card readers. There are number of other members which will be part of your existing resource over here. But whenever it comes to AI Builder, like I said earlier, you have to first train the model. Just give me a minute. Let me share you all some resources which can help you to work with these kind of members. As far as this desktop flows are concerned and getting into details of the desktop flows, this will be part of your PL 500 certification, right? And within this certification, if you see lab number 5, this is focusing entirely on AI Builder. So how do we huge set of images, huge set of contents, and there are a set of PDF files which is being given. So how one can train the resources by capturing information, your AI models, document processing, right? And this is what I was talking about. So you should already have multiple pre-existing documents, pre-existing images that you can train on. So how do you capture that information? Which one is single value? Which one is collection of values? All these members we can map from here. Right? So once we upload some of the sample documents, here what we are doing is we are training that model. So from the document, what are the property names or attribute names, and what is the specific value for it? So whenever the next document is being given, it knows what is the structure or the format of this resource, so that it becomes easier for it to capture that information. What is the budget category? What is the amount for it? So as far as these values are concerned, these values would keep changing. As far as the amount is concerned, it keeps changing, but it knows that this is a pattern for a new PDF document which will be given. Especially whenever you are looking at insurance kind of applications, BFSI kind of documents, in these scenarios, this will be very, very helpful. Because there are so many customers, so many forms which are being filled on day-to-day basis. So how do you capture that information, and how do you map it over here? This is being done using the AI builder. So they have already created a sample application that is getting a loan. So based on the inputs being given, whether the loan can be approved, not approved, how much loan value can be given. So this is what I was showing. So as part of your actions, extract information from documents. In my case, I have used extract information from images. Right? So we can initialize a variable, store that values over here. There is a complete lab implementation for capturing information, capturing the details. Here you see, once the flow is being created, once the AI builder is being trained, then we have to send a test document. So based on the earlier training which is being done, now is it able to extract right information from the given document? Okay, does it make sense? Swapnil? Oh, sorry, it was a question from Sachin. Sachin, does it make sense? Okay, thanks a lot. So Nirav has another question. So Nirav, once it comes to any workflow creation, you are right about it. As an individual, we may not be able to build the entire application alone. So what we have to do is we have to share these resources, share this uh, implementation with other team members as well. Once you go to your environment here, if you take up any of your flows, you have options of sharing. So here you can go ahead, add your other team members within your domain, and they can be mapped as a co-owner. Co-owner in the sense, some steps you will create, another set of steps they will create. If they want to create any kind of subflows, specify any kind of expressions, variables, right? So they can help you in working with these members. Swapnil has another question. Is it seem like AI Foundry model? So Swapnil, I would not compare this with AI Foundry because AI Foundry is very, very large. And there are a lot of chat GPT models and various versions of LLMs over there. AI Builder is not that kind of advanced. If you have to create those kind of members, then I would recommend you to go for Copilot Studio. Copilot Studio is the place where you can go and add those kind of members, AI Foundry and other resources. AI Builder is a smaller kind of environment, smaller kind of service to train 5, 10, 15 such kind of components. But you don't have to replicate AI Foundry all over again. If you have an AI Foundry environment being created, models being trained over there, published over there, you can refer it inside your Power Automate. That's possible. So you don't have to create it all over again. Guys, AI Foundry is a new name. Sachin, we'll do another session on Copilot Studio. This session is not about Copilot Studio. I'll deliver a separate session altogether on how to use Copilot Studio and create a custom agents using that. Great. So Nirav, yourself and the co-owner, we will have to ensure all the values have been mentioned correctly. If you leave out any of the parameters or any action is not being initiated correctly, it will not allow you to run your flow. Or you have to go back to the older version, whichever was being successfully published. The newer changes will not be mapped there. So guys, let's go ahead with our desktop flows. So if you go to make.powerautomate.com, you can see your cloud flows over here. You can see desktop flows over here. And on right hand side, extreme right hand side, here you have install Power Automate for desktop. In my case, I have already installed it, right? So here what we can do is we can create a new flow, right? Here we can go ahead, launch the app. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so here we can go ahead and do a launch app. This will automatically open your existing environment. So what are the pre-existing flows that we have? Any flows which has been shared earlier? So whatever environments we might have created, we can use those existing environments. Right? And here we can go ahead and create a new flow. So what is the flow name that we want? Sample desktop workflow. Sample desktop workflow. And this is how your environment would look like. Earlier, what we had done is we had taken a pre-existing template and most of the components were coming from there. If you start afresh, this is how your environment will look like. We were discussing about variables, UI elements, images, right? So all these options will be available to us. From actions perspective, you have all the desktop actions available here. Launching a HTTP resource, invoking a web service, SOAP-based web service, files and folder actions if you want to perform, working with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, but sorry, Excel and Word. But for that, you need to have the resources pre-installed on your machine. Only then we'll be able to launch that application and perform the actions over here. Let's take up an example. Do I have any applications open? I have a browser. Okay, I have a browser over here. I have closed that. As far as folder is concerned, let me close this as well. Right, so once this is done, now we can launch our recorder over here. You can record it with Copilot, record the pre-existing member here, limit my recordings to clicks and inputs that you would want. So what actions one would want to perform? So whatever actions we perform over here, it will replicate the same steps. Start button, Microsoft Edge. So see, every step I perform over here is going to capture that information, capture those details. Now this same steps, like what I have done for the browser, can be done for any custom application which is existing within our on-premises environment. If you have a database, if you have a Outlook, you want to automate that member, There's actually one more window which got launched, that is the browser, synchronizing the current browser status so that UI is not coming again. That's why it is failing. So first we can test the environment, test the execution, practice with those things, and then initiate the recording process. Now, once it comes to your recordings over here, there could be two type of operations that one can perform. So one operation would be attended operations. Attended in sense, somebody has to be logged in, and all these actions are happening in the current user credentials. That's called as attended workflows. Along with this, there are other type of workflows, which is unattended workflows. So once it comes to unattended workflows, this will be running in a administrator permissions, right? And as an administrator, we can perform any kind of updates, any kind of changes that we want on that system. Or if I want to perform any kind of installations on different machines, local machines, pushing certain updates or pushing certain new contents, all these things we can do using the unattended workflows. Right. So here if you see under the settings section, we can verify the properties of each of these members, each of these workflows. And here we can also see how the association is happening with our Power Automate for the original Power Platform environment. So those things we can verify over here. Guys, we'll take another break over here before we go into more details of Power Automate Desktop and what are the options available. So everyone, grab a bite. It's already 1 o'clock. So once you assemble back, we'll go into more details of Power Automate Desktop and what are the other options available here. Meanwhile, let me check if there are any other questions. Yeah, Nirav had a question. If co-owner has left the job, will that impact the flow? No. To solve this problem, Nirav, what I would recommend is rather than adding a user, add a group, give permissions to a specific group. So even if that person has left the job, somebody new is member of that group, that person will get the required permissions. Arun, I'm not an expert on Power BI, but what what you want is definitely can be addressed. So I have another team members who are working on Power BI, and there also you can create set of Power BI reports using the Copilot options. Any new visualization that you want to add, customization which you want to do. So those things you'll have a agent which can take that details in English and generate your reports accordingly. Swapnil, based on my earlier experience, if you're using Microsoft Copilot, Copilot Studio, you'll require a Microsoft ID or Microsoft Associate ID. It need not be an organization ID, right? So even if you have your Gmail ID, just associate that with your Microsoft account. So based on my prior experience, it should work with that. So if you have any other questions, please put it on the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. Everyone, grab a bite. Let's assemble back in 20 minutes.
Hello participants, if you are back from your break, will you please raise your hand? Or if you are in front of system or you are hearing me, please raise your hand. Participants who are back from their break, please raise your hand. Okay, keep it raised. Participants, please raise your hand if you are in front of your system or you are listening to me, as there's an announcement I need to make. Okay, I'm assuming that everyone is back from their break. And guys, you can lower your hands. Yeah, so this is the announcement regarding the redemption badge. I hope you have redeemed your badge, as this is an important and this is like a certification. If you have redeemed your badge, just drop yes. Okay, nice. Participants, please redeem this badge right now. So if you are facing with any issues, I can help with that. Okay, the second, just wait a minute. Yeah, sorry for that. So the second announcement is like we are offering you an Microsoft certification. We have launched 5 to 6 batches worth 24,000. You can claim it now for 2,000 rupees. Those who are interested, please register for. Yeah, Akshay, yes, I'm got the badge. Okay. So those who are interested for the paid badge or paid course, please register. I have dropped the message, and you can select which course you want. It's available in the registration form. Do you have any questions regarding new badge launching? Issue with link. Which link you asking, Shubham? You're facing with a redemption link or a registration? Okay, okay, wait. I'll reshare the link. Okay, I have reshared the link. Just let me know if it's working. Okay, these were the two announcements I had to make. If anyone has question, please drop it in the chat box, or Om Prakash sir can continue with the session.
Thanks, Saili. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure everybody has redeemed the badge. So guys, as far as this badge is concerned, this is a free badge that we are giving, and this will help you all get started with the learning journey on Microsoft, respective Microsoft learning paths. Each and every module within Power Platform or other technologies that you all might be interested in. So you all can go to Microsoft Learn, start working on those options over here, and it will be a great learning experience for all of you all. So my recommendation will be please get started with it. Depending upon your current job role, or even if you are looking at any future certifications, most of these information is available on Learning Path, from theory aspects, understanding the core concepts, and getting a good kickstart on each of these topics. For getting deep dive in terms of implementation, you all can attend our courses, like Sally rightly mentioned. So once it comes to your RPA based implementation, robotics process automation, I showed you all some of the steps by using the browser automation. So once we have launched our resource, we can capture different screen details. Now, some of these information could be UI driven. Some of these information, there is a possibility that they may be not having a UI environment. There will be more command line kind of interface or basic black and white terminals that you have. Even these kind of environments you can capture over here. We can initiate communication with even those members. As far as actions are concerned, we already saw how Microsoft is adding more and more resources, adding more and more options for connecting to your Azure environment, connecting to the local system, pulling data from online services, right? So there are a lot of pre-existing members which are available, and additional members also that one can use. If you look at the system aspects over here, looking for processes, initiating an application. So if you want to run certain processes in the background by using unattended workflows, even those things can be mapped over here, checking the status of installation, configuration, right? So whether they have been done successfully or not. So those things we can map over here. So once it comes to your RPA-based solutions, earlier what was happening is the runtime environment that we were using was the online environment. In case of desktop flows is mapping to your local environment, your on-premises environment. So once it comes to the configuration of these local machines, this needs to be a slightly higher configuration depending upon where you are running these instances. So there are different kind of infrastructure solutions that one can create over here. So one solution could be you have a separate machine where these flows are running, whereas the application components are on other machines. Say, for example, I have a SQL Server workload or a SharePoint on-premises environment, or if I have a line of business application, that could be running on different machine. Whereas my workflow could be running on different dedicated machine altogether. If you have more number of hits coming to our local environment, we can create a load balanced environment as well. right? So what it will do is it can send these requests to respective machines, load balanced machines, and create these resources at faster pace. Like I earlier shared a lab with you all from perspective of AI builder. There's a separate lab available which can help you all to configure your desktop flow, lab number 2. So anybody who wants to create this resource, desktop funding application. So what Microsoft has done is they have already provided us pre-existing resources, an exe file, so that we can build an end-to-end application over here. So Shubham, once it comes to your Citrix application, we can launch that application within our environment. So if you want to initiate the Citrix application, there will be an exe file, right? Just initiate that exe file using your process automation option action over here. And then whatever actions you are recording, you can execute those members. And like I said earlier, this is a generic kind of resource. So you'll have to write some of the scripts for automating your Citrix. So run that script from here. I am not aware whether Citrix will run PowerShell or not. So if you have that kind of option, Automate Desktop supports execution of PowerShell scripts. So we can leverage on that. Sure. Does it answer your question? Okay. So if you look at the next member over here, if you see this lab, there's a Woodgrove application that they have asked us to download and create. And once it is being done, we can run this application from here using the desktop recorder, which I showed you all earlier for capturing information from the browser. Same thing can be used for your local environment as well. So when you are executing that application using the recorder, here we can capture the information. And you'll see some of these steps are very similar to your AI builder. Correct? Even AI builder is focusing on capturing the information and associating that with relevant variables. Same thing happens here as well. But once it comes to these variables will be stored in terms of input variables, right? Once you do processing or doing certain calculation with these input variables, we can translate them into output variables. And these output variables would be given back to the cloud application which has been invoking, right? So you can see those details over here. Intermediary members, these would be your flow variables, where we are storing this captured information, captured details. Later, we can associate these flow variables with input and output variables. So your flow variables could also be could be the value that you have typed, the value which is available on the forms, and the value which is being finally generated. Say, for example, in the current scenario, whether the loan was approved, not approved, what was the status of that? Right. So once you have the current installation being done, we can create multiple variables over here, map those values, and then generate the given, share the generated value with our invoking application, which is a cloud application. Now, one very important aspect over here, especially once it comes to desktop application, you'll have to be very, very careful when you are recording these information, capturing these details. You have to be very precise with the content that you have selected. So that will be one of the key members over here. As part of PL 500 certification preparedness, what we do is we make sure every participant is being assigned this kind of lab where they have also been given right set of information, right set of details for practicing these things. Because unless you do a hands-on, it becomes difficult to remember all these steps and align this or associate it with our local application. Let me go to the last section of this session and look at some of the advanced aspects over here. So till now, we have been looking at different Copilot options available within Power Automate environment and Power Automate desktop environment as well. What we are not looking at in this session is an end-to-end kind of application where you have association of Power App, Power Automate, AI Builder, and then working with Dataverse, and finally associating them with Copilot Studio. I have a separate session being mapped for it. Maybe next month I'll be delivering that session. I have already shared some of the links earlier. You all can go through that. Along with this, you all can also look at Copilot doc. You can also look at Power Automate documentation. So how Copilot can make sense in different aspects of Power Automate. Some of these we may already have seen. There are quite a few we may not have experienced as of now. So we have seen Copilot in cloud flows, Copilot in desktop flows. What we have not discussed today is Copilot in terms of process mining, right? Along with this, we have Copilot within Automation Center. So these are additional members that we have, which can help you to capture information and implementational details within our Copilot environment, manage multiple interactions which are happening, right? So if you see this process mining, automation center, so when these are primarily meant for managing multiple executions once they have completed, how much time it has taken, any kind of corrections that needs to be done. That's where we can leverage on these resources. Once it comes to your co-pilots, this can help us from perspective of suggesting any kind of actions, suggesting any kind of connectors or any third-party implementation that one would want to do. While we have been creating these resources, it showcased some of the error handling recommendations as well. There are problems or issues which is happening. How do we correct those members? Apart from this, it can also help us generate JavaScript or Python-based code when it comes to your task automation or workflow automation within our Power Automate desktop in your current environment. Some of these things I'm skipping because we have already seen the implementation of these aspects. Some of the most important aspects when it comes to much longer Power Automate workflows when we are creating, if there is a simplified way of implementing them, our Copilot can provide us suggestions for that. So if there are, say, 20, 30, 50 kind of steps being mapped, and if it sees any kind of repetitions that we are doing, it automatically suggests us for subflows. So those kind of corrections can be done over here. When we are stuck with certain areas, we are stuck with certain resources over here, it gives us suggestions for how do you solve that problem. So we just have to click on that, see the possible recommendations being given, and choose the right option over here. In our current scenario, what we have seen was basic flow creation, automated task creation, scheduled work, instant flow creation. Now, whenever it comes to any of these flows, there are error paths as well, error handling as well, or in our basic programming parlance, it would be exception handling. So whenever these exceptions are being raised, how do we manage these exceptions? So one option is like it happened in our browser-based automation, right? So whenever there was a window which did not pop up in the second run, it stopped over there. So if you want to avoid such kind of scenarios, avoid in sense, I don't want to stop my flow if the error occurs. I want to handle that as an exception. AI-driven recommendations can give you the option saying, this is what has gone wrong in the previous execution. To manage it smoothly, we should have a exception handling being implemented. Right? So those kind of suggestions can be given using Copilot. Before I proceed ahead, how many of you all have used my Copilot for Microsoft 365? Copilot for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams. Anyone who has worked with Copilot solutions earlier? I don't see any answer. Maybe people have not used it. And there could be different reasons for it. So one reason could be earlier what was happening is your basic Office environment or basic resources which Microsoft was releasing, there was always a free tier or a free version available for it. As far as Copilot is concerned, as of now, there is no free version available. All the options that we have, these are paid versions, right? Even if you look at GitHub Copilot, you have association with the Azure subscription. In terms of Copilot for security, there also you have option for association with Azure. So some of you all who already have subscriptions available, you all can try associating with your current environment, try associating with your existing resources that we have. Now, once it comes to your Power Platform, now one would say, Om Prakash, why are you mentioning about Dynamics 365? So guys, the backend resource that we have for Power Platform is Dynamics 365. So what Microsoft has done is on Dynamics 365 environment, they have built this Power Platform solutions so that it can be made easily accessible to different set of users. If you look at the purpose of Dynamics 365 and the purpose of Power Platform is the same. How is that? Both of it is mapped to your business audience. Both of these are mapped to users who are from business background. They are not from development background. Dynamics 365 is mapped to a specific set of domain, which is CRM, ERP, correct? Customer service management, working with various resources in finance, sales, right? Customer feedback. Power Platform also is meant for a similar kind of user sets, but they may not be working with a specific module. They may be working with any other generic module or processes they would want to create. So here what we can do is we can leverage on co-pilots within each and every member over here, whether it is Copilot Studio or agents that we are creating, Power Pages, right? In each member, we can infuse Copilot. The purpose of doing that is simplifying the process of communication and making it available to more and more users. the best part which I see is this is part of your free license or free tier as well. So we can leverage on that, take advantage of that. There is no additional Copilot license which is required in case of Power Platform. That's a good thing that I see. Along with this, it has seamless merger with various components like databases, your past services, data versus an environment, and behind the scene, it is mapping to large language models or LLMs. As far as these LLMs are concerned, I'll talk about this in more details when it comes to our Microsoft Copilot Studio session. Then we'll talk about these members in more details. How do you add knowledge bases? How do you add actions so that in the back end, it can connect to your automate flows. So if you look at your Copilots, they are already infused with Teams, Microsoft 365 applications, SharePoint, Outlook, Excel, all these members. Along with that, it also has mapping with Dataverse as well. Just give me a moment. Let me try and showcase an example over here. So it'll take some time. Meanwhile, let me go back to SharePoint environment. Sure, what's going wrong inside the lab environment. Can do it from my host machine as well. So whatever is your domain name dot sharepoint.com. Okay, so this is my SharePoint site. Within my SharePoint site, I can have multiple lists. So here if you see, I have a vacations list. Right? So what is the details that can be mapped over here? So we have vacation start date, vacation end date, employee comments, who's the direct manager that we have, and whether it is being approved by the manager or not. Right? So there are multiple fields that we have over here. So any new value being added, any new request being added, I want to initiate my workflow on that. So let me go to my Power Automate environment. Excuse me. Can you please help me create approval workflow? Start approval process and send an email on SharePoint item creation. times it may not directly tell you this one. Start and wait for approval, get my profile, send an email, oops, different issues over here. Not a problem. We'll solve that. So first step it says is, "Oh, Prakash, can you help me with the site address?" Okay, this is my site address, txfdg.com. This is my site address. SharePoint list name. SharePoint list name. I have vacations. Any other parameters that you want to mention over here? We can do that. State and start and wait for the approval. Approval type is correct. Start and wait for an approval. Approval type, approve, reject. Everyone must approve. So whatever message we would want to mention to the approver. Approve leave request. Now, who has requested for this leave? Right. So here we can check the information. Right. So somebody who has gone and created this item. This guy is the one who is asking for the leave request. Whom is it being associated with to? Now this is a catch over here. So actually how it should happen is we should have another member over here, another action over here, getting the manager's profile. So who's the manager for Om Prakash? Right? So in our case, it's the uh, president within my organization, Ms. Ashwini Shahane. So she'll be the one who will approve my request. So I have to mention her email address. Correct? Now that should not be manual process because we are creating a generic flow, right? We are creating a generic flow over here. So depending upon whoever has created the request, it should go to that person's specific manager. Correct? So we'll have to add a dynamism over here rather than making it static. I don't need my profile here, so I can remove this. Send an email. I think there is a problem over here. So here what I should do is check for condition. So here what we should check for is what is the response, and this response should be approved, right? So once it is being approved, then I want to send an email. And if it is rejected, even then I have to send an email. So whom do you want to send it to? Request is rejected, request is approved, whatever might be the. Now, who has rejected this approve? Who has rejected this request? Can you see this? Responses name. Output of the approval. We can have the condition over here. Leave request approved. So here what I can do is I can specify who has approved it. That's one. Along with that, I can also mention if there are any comments, responses comment. So these things will be part of the conditions over here. Now, one thing which I still feel is missing. So when an item is being created, wait for approval from manager. So here what we can do is we can write specific specific names for each of the steps. Even from condition point of view, check the approval status. Check all approver details. Check all rejected details. Right. So for each of these steps, whatever values that you want to mention, again, map to your business requirements. Those things we can do over here. Send approval email. Send rejected email. If we don't do these things, It will again go back to the same kind of problem which I discussed earlier. That is, we are thinking more from a developer point of view. This should be more from a business point of view. So from business perspective, what are the steps involved over here? What are the options which are relevant over here? So this was a quick sample of how one can create a approval workflow within the current environment. If you want to see more details in terms of approval flows, if I'm not mistaken, scheduled flows, automated flows. There's a specific section. So you can go through the documentation. Yeah, this is the one. So you have single approval. So how do you create a SharePoint list? What are the options available here? Start and wait for approval. So all the steps you can see over here. You can send mobile notification. And there are different type of approvals. So you have sequential approvals, parallel approvals. What kind of complexity you would want to address by using your Power Automate. So we can have parallel approvals as well. So 3 parallel branches. Each branch can run parallelly. Right? So anyone, any questions still here? So what I was showing over here, it was in terms of how do you associate your approval workflows using the content or information which is available as part of your SharePoint site. Once it comes to your workflows, this could be across your multiple applications, Excel, Word. When it comes to your cloud-based automations, these will be using the SaaS services. When it comes to your on-premises environment, now multiple organizations, they would want to automate their local Excel files, not Excel service, local Excel application, create worksheets, execute some of the macros, right, in the local environment, perform calculations on the local environment. In all those cases, we need to use desktop flows. Sachin, that's a very valid point. All these things which I showed you all in terms of dragging and dropping these members, you can use Copilot everywhere. But I come from an old background, so I prefer doing it myself. In your case, like I showed earlier, you all can leverage on Copilot options, which will automatically generate these resources for you. That's all for today's session. If you have any questions, doubts, queries, please put it on the chat. I can answer those questions. Yeah, Sachin. So like I said, you can go to Copilot and whatever action you want to perform, whatever action you want to perform, just mention it over here. Send email to requesting user. It will automatically generate the member here. That is the core advantage of using Copilot. See, it has already automatically added in both the cases. Sachin, does it answer your question? Okay. Anyone? Any other questions? What's the time now? I think I still have around 5-10 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back. So one very important aspect is whatever we have covered in this 2-3 hours and the time that we have devoted, at times people fail to see the significance of it. Saying, Om Prakash, once it comes to some of these actions, activities, I can do that by using code, right? I can use other workflow environments. Though Microsoft creates an end-to-end integration with these members. But are there any real world applications where you see this making sense? Guys, I have delivered these sessions for multiple financial organizations, BFSI segment, and in most of these cases, they have loved it. It was not an easy decision because they already had some of these pre-existing tools they were leveraging on that. But once they started using Power Platform, when they started seeing all these resources coming together at one place, it became easier for them. Especially what they liked was things like AI Builder, where it might take some time to train that model. But once it is being done, it becomes easier for them to work with it. So that's the first use case that one should look at. The people that we have, the team members that we have, like I said earlier, they're all business analysts and they have least technical knowledge, right? So people from commerce background, arts background, people have been joined as freshers or interns. They have been trained on the business process. So they are thorough in terms of business process. They may not know a lot of other technologies. So for them, using simple English and specifying their tasks that they want to do, that plays a very, very vital role. So this is where I see the maximum implementation of in financial services. Second place, where I do not have too much of experience, one or two customers I have worked over here for healthcare industry. When it comes to healthcare segment or financial segment, compliances play a very, very vital role. So even if you are using workflow tools which don't follow the compliance to the last P, right? Audits will audit bodies will not approve them. So we'll have to be very, very careful when we are leveraging or when we are using these members. So you'll have to be careful in terms of the tool which is being using is not sharing this information outside. So I'm not saying Power Automate is the only workflow tool available. There are a lot of them available. But once it comes to compliance and adhering to all those compliances, Microsoft has more than 90 plus compliances being adhered to. whether you talk about HIPAA compliance, GDPR compliance, or any other compliance from a healthcare industry, financial industry, Microsoft has already taken care of all those members. If you look at the environment over here, this will be accessible, available only to other team members within your tenant, within your organization. So unless we add them as a guest account or unless we give them permissions, it will not be accessible outside. That is another advantage which I see from perspective of compliances. In terms of manufacturing sector, this is, I would say, the icing on the cake. It already has a background support of Dynamics 365, correct? So manufacturing sector or any such verticals would want to use the CRM resources, ERP resources. It becomes even more easier to integrate with Power Automate or any other Power Platform resources. So some of these components will be accessible just by adding another license at a much lower cost, right? So the core processes can be automated plus the members. I think this brings to the final closure. So once it comes to your Power Automate, integrating number of applications, services together, improvising the productivity. And when we are going with Copilot, this will help you to faster the process. And small challenges or issues that one would have in the backend, all those things will be showcased saying, this is a problem which I see. Please resolve it so that you don't see an obstacle going ahead. Sure, Shubham. So Shubham, once it comes to Power Automate license, so here you have two type of licenses. One is for flow license. For flow means one flow you are creating. There can be as many number of executions as possible, not an issue. But there could be only one flow that you are creating. It could be a complex flow with number of subflows inside it. That's one type of license. Second type of license that you have is for user license. So one user is being given a Power Automate license. That user can create multiple flows. These are two licensing models right now. If you look, Nirav, if you look at Active Directory integration, I'm sure you are talking from on-premises perspective. So within your on-premises environment, you can read all the users from the Active Directory. You can give permissions to users on relevant processes, relevant permissions to relevant groups using your Power Automate environment. But if you're looking at a specific action called as Active Directory actions, it's not there. What I have generally earlier done is I have created my PowerShell scripts to work with Active Directory. Any modules that you want to download, install those modules, all those things can be done using Automate Desktop. You can do Nilo, no problem. So you can go ahead, write a PowerShell script for removing the user from your Active Directory and execute that script. That's all for today's session. If you'll have any such requirements or any specific things you want me to cover in the Copilot Studio, you can drop an email to my colleague Saili. So whenever we have the next session, I'll make sure I take up those kind of use cases which becomes more relevant to you all. Saili has also put up a feedback form. Please do share your valuable feedback. It will help us to improve our sessions. Thank you, Shubham. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for investing your Saturday in learning something new. Over to you, Saili.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time and sharing your knowledge and the demos and the case studies you have given us. Well, thank you everyone for joining and attending this session till the end. Well, I have shared feedback form. Please share your views out there. And it will be great if you can share a review to the Synergetics or Google. And just don't forget to redeem your badge as you have invested your valuable time and weekend in this session. Do anyone have doubts about the batch announcement I did? Yes, thank you, Vinay, for your feedback. Participants, you can leave after the redemption of the badge and after filling the feedback form. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Abbasi, I have reshared the link. If you still don't see in the chat box, I have shared the code to achieve your batch.